Hey there, folks. Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully, things are going to be more or less back to normal. We're not certain of that yet, but we'll see. Construction has been quiet recently, but that could restart at any time, so please be aware of that. But hopefully the health issues are fully contained. We'll have to see. But let's check in with kitties. We have Ember top center. Then it looks like, I think that's Sherbet left center. And then bottom center, we can just see Mason peeking out the window. It's getting better, Okami. I've got some medication that tries to deal with it, but it is it's a timing thing as to whether it works. Oh, I'm sorry, whether it works how I want it to. Because it definitely works. But hopefully we're back on schedule. We are going to be playing Great Ace Attorney today. We are in the midst of the first actual trial. And let's see. I think last we saw... we had at least implied, if not shown, that the accused wasn't sitting where they said he was, and that because of that, there had to be a third person in the carriage instead of the two that were originally asserted. Just microphone a little bit there. I heard you got partner there, Okami. Or you were applying for partner. I hope to reach that at some point. Most of my subscribers are there for shorts. Let's see, let's get into it here. Push some buttons. Let's see here. There we go. Remember what the recess was for. We'll find out. Yeah, I've been at this for a few years now. Where I got started, as far as my YouTube channel, was short videos of a game called Noida. Played that a lot, made a mod for it, all kinds of stuff. Pretty much did exclusively that for a while. Got a whole lot of people subscribed to the channel, but it is the few and the faithful that watch the streams. And hopefully, over the course of the next year, maybe we can hit partner. Maybe. Let's see what's next here. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I've managed to find out what happened. Susato. Button. I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade. Oh, that's right. Um, the defendant said he knew who the third person was, and he had not mentioned her because it was a little girl that he said was completely unrelated to the case. And then a smoke bomb went off. Yep, they can be watched during and they can be watched afterwards, and there's somebody sitting through a stream is, as far as view time, people viewing for a lot longer than, say, like a 10+ minute video. Since, you know, it helps. We get to talk with folks just like this. Nice conversation. As far as the short forms, I've got it down to a pattern at this point. Little macros and whatnot to get them put together. Yep. Like I always tell people, if you see me do this, there's a decent chance I just hit a button in order to take a clip that might be short-worthy. Advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. Smoke grenade sounds like some sort of thing ninjas use. We're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. As the smoke grenade went off when they tried to bring the girl to the stand who was in the courtroom. Police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. Young girl, then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. So the prosecutor would have taken him in again in order to both figure out why, or to be angry at him for not mentioning the other party, but also to ask questions to them to figure out what actually went down. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? Absolutely, casemate. It's one of those games where the transition to 3D really benefited them. As far as more crime games goes, I am going to be putting a poll on YouTube shortishly. Ideally after stream. We'll see if I remember to figure out which games we want to add to the schedule. I need 2 more. And we'll see which ones they are. Man, everybody getting around to joining us. Right shortly at the start. Hello, Dastopia, Megan, and Casement. We're back to streaming. Hopefully we stay back to streaming for the rest of this week and the coming week and on and on. Mostly got the mouth tracking working. A little better. There's another matter that's troubling. What's that? The 20 pence. Ah, okay. Right. One of the things that we discovered last time was that the fare for the bus or the carriage was supposed to be 4 pence a head. And he mentioned that the take for the night was 20, but there were only supposed to be 4 passengers. Which, you know, when we do the complicated math, would be 16. Now, the driver explained it away eventually, and everybody agreed that he had actually been charging 5 for the last carriage of the night in order to get some pocket money to make up for the fact that the last carriage was always sparse and very cold. Oh, hey there, Saiti. Welcome. Well, I hope you feel better soon if you're just barely alive. But hello, in any event. Doing better. Doing better, Saiti. Doing better. I was mentioning to Okami earlier that the medication I have for this works very well. And how well it works for the issue that I'm having is a matter of timing. Oh, and for those that missed the conversation on Discord, we are currently only streaming to YouTube. Since Twitch upgraded their terms of service, updated, it's kind of a downgrade for me, updated their terms of service to completely ban multi-streaming. Previously, it was only if you had an affiliate agreement, and that's why I ended up dropping that, was so that I could also stream to YouTube. But they expanded it to cover everything. They've also made some other decisions that are questionable and hostile to users. So I figure maybe getting off the burning ship early is a good idea. Yeah, it's disappointing and very puzzling. They claimed that the policy was the other part of the policy was misunderstood and sounded overbroad. But it still looks like the terms that they had are still in the terms of service, and still look like they're going to heavily impair or impede people doing advertisement sponsorships, which is a big part of a lot of folks' income when they're streaming. So it is actively bad for their streamers. So that's the question of why they would do that. Well, I'm sorry, no. It's very apparent why, because they want to continue to push their Twitch premium thing. It's not Turbo anymore, but it's effectively Turbo. It's a Twitch subscription that removes ads from all streams, not just the ones you subscribe to. And the relaunch of that, and also the price hike of that, coincided with their change to advertisements, the more increased frequency of advertisements, and their push to get streamers to advertise more. So if a streamer is advertising through some other source and not through Twitch as often, they don't get as much monies. So convincing people to do the Twitch subscription instead of the channel subscription and convincing channels to advertise more is more money in Twitch's pocket. Hey there, AJ. I believe you said it was AJ last time. We are just getting started. We were talking about the latest Twitch controversy. Sammy has joined me, so she's getting some scratches. I actually managed to trim 2 of her murder mitts a day ago, or I'm sorry, two claws on one murder mitt. To be extra clear, she is very much not a fan and has also started to recognize what the nail clippers look like. I would like to get more of them trimmed because she does one, it's, you know, she can claw everybody to ribbons, but additionally her paws tend to like stick into blankets and whatnot. So she doesn't even have to scratch. She is slowly unthreading one of my blankets. Just by walking on it. Ember's snoozing still. She seems to like to come in here and focus on napping during stream time. But let's see. Okay, about the 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. Comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. He's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes. I still find it very amusing when all they have in the text box, lonely in the upper left corner of it, is, well, in the middle of it often, but lonely on a line by itself is yes. Next to there's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. I like the big hat buttons. And a very newsy look, you know. She must have been the one that caused the disturbance before. Gavel. Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Von Zeeks. My lord? I believe you have established the cause of the smoke, which veiled proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in the devil's name? Was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. doesn't doesn't make you look trustworthy when your identity is pointed out in the gallery that you deploy a smoke grenade that you definitely had for this purpose. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? Silence. What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Still more silence. If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that. It is all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Gavel. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Silence. Just what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then Bikora, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready? Yes. Or rather, no. No idea where to start. Pause. Ember is almost glaring at Sammy right now.
Hold it!
When you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? This game is the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It is a continuation of the Phoenix Wright series that takes place in the past. It is a detective courtroom game where you investigate murder scenes and then go in and present evidence and ask questions. There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. This game is similar to what you see in Danganronpa, another one that we've played. Except it's not a death game. Like, the setting is not within a death game. It is, it's just murders that are occurring, and you try to solve them and get the right person accused. Or not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. That's why I took the backside as I did. 'Tis the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the backseat? By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I liked that one, Megan. It's, if for no other reason, it's kind of refreshing to have a trial-like aspect that isn't the traditional trial. I'd like to see them do more of that. It's kind of like how Danganronpa breaks up the gameplay during the trials, but I don't want to see as much in the line of the kind of frantic mini games that Danganronpa does. I like the idea that it is just a change in how you do the sort of get it right mechanic. Which some of the mini games in Danganronpa do, but they feel kind of arbitrarily inserted. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Thud. Oh, no. Heck.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream? That's right. How can I explain it? It was like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. And you didn't see anyone. But at the same moment, you did hear a scream. From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume? Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I was altogether tinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes.
Hold it!
You sat him up, the victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. You wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Now, why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. It was brought out last time that he was considered a loan shark. And Mason, the victim, owed him a debt that he definitely wasn't going to be able to pay off by the day, or by the time he got into the carriage with McGilded. His debt was due that day. and we found out that one of the witnesses was also in debt to McGilded. And that if McGilded were found guilty and, of course, executed as a result, that the debt would have been wiped clean since it was a debt to the person that was executed. So that witness's testimony was called into severe question. He had a strong motive that McGilded would be found guilty. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest? Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? The scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing.
Hold it!
I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except for yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now 'tis a queer tang. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Yep. So, one of the things we found in the carriage was that under one of the seats, the seat across from the bloodstain, there is a compartment where the cabin material, or the coach materials and repair tools and whatnot, are kept. And they had called out that a person couldn't fit in there. But how they're explaining it, or how he's calling it out, is he keeps mentioning it was a small girl. Good gracious. Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember. Old bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look around the inside. And that's when I found her. So if we go to the court record again, make sure there isn't something that changes once we've been told about it. And they did. They brought the whole carriage into the courtroom. Storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. It wasn't totally empty when we saw it previously. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Yeah, it was not totally empty when we looked at it last. So why is it totally empty now? We'll have to find out.
Hold it!
Say she was hiding herself. That's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up into a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, My heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overacting this. Still, in all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite, next to the corpse. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I need to find out just who this urchin was, you see. While I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witness did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself was the victim, and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, was the scream from the gentleman over us. The driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade. So almost always their name is either a pun or just like descriptive. But I don't see anything aside from, Lestrade is a name used for a vampire in the Anne Rice vampire novels. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief? Gavel. Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh, purple smoke bomb. I feel like that's not going to endear you to the court. How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. What? Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slip up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth. Green Bomb! She certainly has a colorful collection, doesn't she? Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. She's doing the little coin flip thing. Don't know that that's necessarily hard, but it's one of those things you gotta practice to do well. It does help that it looks like something at least the size of, like, a silver dollar, if not larger. I'm a professional, all right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh. This was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. I wonder if that's one of Shulm's tools. Looks bigger than the one he was using for, he had one that fired, like, purple or pink smoke that, revealed, like, handprints and whatnot. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Yeah, I bet she stole it from Shulm's. Do not wave that thing in my direction again. He has a lot of those glasses. It reminds me of Godot from Phoenix Wright. Except we don't see the glass being slid to him. So it's definitely possible that he just has a great big bag of wine and chalices down there. Under the desk. We're thinking the same thing, Megan. You admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Pause. 'Tis all right, lass. You can tell them the truth now. To some extent, they're emphasizing how short he is. That he is shown as the same height as probably a teenage girl. All right, yeah, it's just as the Irishman said. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as... So it could be less trade. But I don't know how it, I don't know how the first name would play into that. Hmm. And I could be overthinking it, of course. You know, there might not be a play on words there. As a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. Tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. All right, if I have to. what the girls saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. I think she's supposed to have like a Cockney accent. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And the scream just came out. Loud bang. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. So the bang is new. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I was sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath this seat, I presume? Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Yeah, there was stuff in there before, which would imply that she couldn't fit in there. Fontaine. Oh, are you referring to the place in Genshin? Kind of the Victorian England vibe, you know? Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. Ah. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord. This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. So they have reversed course. Both initially, they were very convinced of his guilt because of what was laid out. Largely the assertion that he was the only one that could have done it is what they thought. Because he was the only one in the cabin with the victim. Then when doubt was cast on that, they were saying like, oh, maybe it's not him. And now it's reversed. They're like, oh, he seems so nice. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. He's going to say innocent. No. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. the burning scales of justice, if they tip all the way, then the judge will deliver a verdict. But the thing that we did to avoid it last time was to interrogate the witnesses about why they voted that way. They need to justify their opinion. So I kind of anticipate that the prosecution is about to do that. Saints alive. It's an old rule that hasn't been used in years and years, but it has never been made like not part of the law. Like it hasn't been stricken. So we were still allowed to do it. All 6 members of the jury consensual in their learning to consensual. I don't think I've ever heard that in the context. I mean, unanimous. And they're leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, it must mean what? That we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
There we go. It's like he just axe kicked his desk. Like, why he do? Every time previously he's destroyed one of his chalices, whether by crushing it in his hand or throwing it into the candelabra next to him. But now he has like slammed his boot up onto the desk. He is a man of many apologetic acts of wrath. Oh, have fun then, AJ. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices, where evidence and reasoning should be paramount. Emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's last statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. Yes, that changed. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord. I like that consistency. That when we looked at it earlier, we could see that. And now we can't. I wonder why that happened. And if it happened during the smoke bombing. Well, one possible reasoning for that is to emphasize that she could have fit in there. But additionally, was it that did the coachman put his belongings there during that time period? Like, was the coachman aware of another passenger in the cabin? And then the belongings were put there to ensure that the presence of, like, that nobody could have been in that spot. But why? Good lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Gavel. How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, Council? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to happen. To have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Von Zeeks. Well, Counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? You're gonna do a save. 3 choices this time. We might as well put one here. Oh, no, this was the start of it, so we're good. We're good. It wasn't empty. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. But as far as I remember, at least, I like how you have a I didn't check option. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside. Yes. Are you sure, Counsel? Be whist. What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Deep breath. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasin', fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. That compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pick purse are lying. Ah. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. Like the guy with the really nice knife and the relatively posh outfit is definitely not on the poor side. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. She keeps saying that, but she's waffled as many times as everyone else. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems, see? Elaborate bow. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, Council. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Gavel. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Count von Prosecutor here. What the girl saw.
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, huh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means that there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense. Or at least, I mean, it's something that you'd want to do. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. Or paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 in which the cabman testified. And one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before his last run, see? So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Pause. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always chuck all that out and cram it in under in a corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat. That's all I can tell you. Seems we've reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own and the God permit at least some of the time. Beg your pardon, did you say God permit? Oh yeah, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. I don't know if that's what they're doing, but sometimes there will be a slang in that area is rhyming slang. So one of the jokes I've heard along that lines is instead of stairs you might say apples and pears, since stairs rhymes with pears. So some of the slang seems incomprehensible unless you already know it. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night, this cove was sat in me seat from the start. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin. Yeah. Right, mister? To be sure, to be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Miss Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit there. Culprit, then.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. There again, a butcher's. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up and peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. But it's the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's Obson's choice. Why doesn't she stick to picking people's pockets in the open, then? I say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyways, I was a bit scared, but I had to stick it out under there. Nothing else for it. And after a while, I hear this loud bang, Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Thinking? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream, involuntarily. That's right, then I felt the cushion over me head getting lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had a chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. But then, this fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it was too late by then. I should never have risked looking. Because of that, this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind.
Hold it!
And when Mr. McGilded discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. Was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Both me hands got covered in blood, made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. And then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, I would presume. I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." All 6 members of the jury have decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I can't quite put my finger on it. All right. Already looked at this before, so I'm speeding through the look at this thing. Full of gentlemen's names. Okay, nothing new. Only that we know that Bruce Fairplay was in it. Hmm.
Objection!
Oh, wrong button. As I look at you, Council, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Huh? It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion. He has a damning tongue. You invite it, sir. Alright, let's... In case I hit the wrong button again. A loud bang. Maybe... This is definitely supposed to be the knife, and it has an M on it, which they have. The assertion is that it must be McGilded, like his fancy knife. I feel like this gesture is the one that might indicate that there's something wrong. this game seems to be carrying forward an idea that the witnesses will sort of like give away that there's something wrong.
Hold it!
So, gilded discovery, he pulled you out from your hiding place. I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Look, had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. And the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. Both my hands got covered in blood. Okay, the sequence of events doesn't line up here. Because the cabin lurching there is either a change, like, is either referring to the stopping of the cabin, or some other lurch. I don't know. So the bang in this lurch of the cabin is doesn't line up properly. It's covered in blood. He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what I was up to in that. And I heard something from above. Someone screamed. So he screamed. Let's see if the rest of it here. Up. Okay, then the horses were drawn up. Okay, so there's a bang and then a lurch of the cabin. Those events are not accounted for. Still very unsure if we could just find a conclusive piece of evidence. So there were two screams and the bang. I'm liking these little Easter eggs like Phoenix Wright Omnibus. So she would have been sat here. See the blood on the floor. Blood, isn't it? Something wrong? It's just, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet Von Zieks has made no mention of it. Does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Blood soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously. Clearly visible from the roof. You stabbed them in full view. Lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything through the skylight. Okay, so there's the one... I bet he was shot. So he's shot and falls to the ground. The bullet doesn't go all the way through. Then to hide it, the guy is stabbed. Like, jam the knife into the bullet wound. Guns of the time? That would be questionable. But maybe that would be the bang. And then he intentionally moves the body. Really seems like there's an inconsistency with just the whole... There are layers of problem going on here. The trick is going to be figuring out... Wound in the abdomen... Just taking a look at him there.
Hold it!
All right, we're gonna go through them all again. I'm gonna see if I can spot any oddities with McGilded while it's going through. Welcome back, AJ. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. You let out a scream, involuntarily? That's right, and then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter for all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. Could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Did you see the crucial moment? I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher's while I had a chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the bloke what had fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. Matches Mr. McGilded's account, of course. Oh, okay. So part of the inconsistency is that he fell over on her, and that's when she got her hands all bloody. No. It looks right at me. to the start here. Stuck in. Show for it. It's through each one of them. But hit the right buttons. So you were in there before it set off. What's the point of spending money when you're aiming to make money? Really, what's the point of spending more money than you need to when you're setting out to make money? She's a thief, don't mimic her. All right, Megan, thanks for joining us. Hope to see you again later. Whether that's tonight or tomorrow. Brushes in buckets. Get shoved into a corner. Police say it was full of stuff. She claims to have moved it.
Hold it!
Why is it a waste of time? Well, she was stuck there in the cabin the whole time. Said only that night. Sitting there the whole time and she was stuck. Sitting under there the whole time. Yep. Don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? You couldn't see out of the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with my head and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher's at who I'm gonna fiddle. You're a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. For some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. That's why you couldn't push the cushion up and take a peek. I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much.
No.
Okay, there we go.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. McGilded? I do apologize. Was there something the matter? Just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. Was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad. Shut up in the dark, 'twas terrifying, so it was. He's a very emotive man, isn't he? Yes, I see. I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. Right, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Well, that's a look. Yeah. What, his gold trimmed top hat? as much gold decorated. Suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? That top hat seems as much about compensation as anything. He's got to make up the height, you know? And I think the gold is just flaunting it, you know? He's supposed to be ridiculously wealthy. Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Jabbers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yeah? What should we make of the last statement of hers? It's profoundly important, but we're gonna save to be sure. Because she had said that there was a loud bang. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Council. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. I mean, she's already launched a smoke bomb in his face, and that of the defense, so... I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound, I guess. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hid yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push up the cushion and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw this swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, it's rhyming slang. Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it? Would you believe it? That's fun. That's fun. In the Discworld books, which I reference a lot, a district in the main city of the stories, or the most frequent city, a central city of Ankh-Morpork, is in that district, in Dimwell, that's right. In Dimwell, there is something referred to as Dimwell arrhythmic rhyming slang. So instead of like apples and pears being stairs because it rhymes, it might be like pears and apples. Or not even pears, you know, like peaches and apples. Stairs. And that you take the near impenetrability outside of context of rhythmic slang and remove the rhyming. So even in context, unless you know exactly what that slang is supposed to be, there's no way you could know. What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to market. Snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Well, seems to make sense. Your time reaching that conclusion, Councel. Huh. What was that from Von Zeeks? Is he laughing? Gavel. Very well then, continue. Can't see anything. Trying to hear, but all she could hear was snoring.
Hold it!
Normally, she can look around, and she was peeking until he got in. And later, he noticed her right away. Like, when she peeked out again, he looked right at her. So I wonder if he saw her, and that's where he sat down. Because he says he always sleeps, like almost immediately he goes to sleep in these carriages, but he took the seat that was the least padded to sleep on. So was he keeping her in there? Like he noticed her there and ensured that she couldn't get out? Do is listen. Was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave. Indeed, not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. Well, this part is important. Because if she didn't kill him, and McGilda didn't kill him, oh, no. He was the first one to get on. And if they never, like, they stopped, but the door never opened, how did Mason get in there? I think that's the next thing that we have to poke at. Doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Von Zieks realized it too. Councel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Miss McGilded's snoring. But think. Smack. Something else she should have heard. Save right here, because I think it's a person. Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Point is that the victim, Mr. Mason, is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Gavel! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person to board the omnibus. Is that correct? She slipped in and got under the, moved all the stuff and then got under under it and hid in the box. Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own, for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Gasp. It's like he's gonna come right across that desk at you, isn't he? Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord Von Zieks. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths and nothing more. The buttons become her eyes when her hat falls down like that. Mutter, 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 rabble, rabble, rabble. Mutter, mutter, mutter. To some extent, this is fun because it is very clearly the opinion of the jury is swinging back and forth to match the flow of the case. There's a visual indicator of it instead of it just being that it's not just that the facts have swung against you now. It's that the jury as well can swing, and it illustrates that with the scales and the flames. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. Salubrious. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. But the considerable troubles you have spared me. He just drank that with his chin. Like, he didn't put the rim of the glass to his lips. He put the rim of the glass to his chin. Maybe he was just sniffing it. I mean, he is doing that swirl the glass thing. Get the aroma. But still, you'd think that would be very prone to spilling upon his little cravat there, the little white ruffly dealy. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? I don't know that last word. This is carnage. It's perfect. Your number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilded's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Councel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Gavel. Council, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the cabin. Saved game. Tried a variety of ways and just kept reloading until they got it to work. It was put there after he died.
Objection!
Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that obviously in your last statement? Huh? Let's play it out. No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been moved into the carriage afterwards. Then answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Obviously, okay, no. Can't have been in there already. There's got to be another way in then, right? The door wasn't opened even once. The only explanation is that the victim entered some other way. New fantasy you would uncover in your blind panic. Omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows, fixed windows which cannot open. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. There could be one possibility that you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening. All right, Council. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here's the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which the proposed victim could enter the cabin? I think if this is the case, then the skylight, maybe? Oh, yeah. They heard a noise, the thump. Yeah. It's when you make a proposal and when something happens, it's not as if it seems like he is actually the one coming up with things, and that when something goes against him, it is legitimately a surprise.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. Say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGilded and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained, as the sound of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. Now, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. That's true, but... it's not just the general, like, gaudiness and size of the top hat. It's also that the top of the hat is actually angular. Like, it's mostly circular, but you can see down at the bottom, some of it might be that, you know, we're dealing with models here. We're dealing with, you know, triangles in order to construct these. But either the rim, the base of the top hat is angular, leading to an angular top that has fewer sides, or it's circular and then becomes angular at the top, as if it's constructed of a series of like bent slats. So they would widen as they go up, creating that sort of Mad Hatter look, you know? Might a humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothin' of a victim fallen through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not sayin', but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. Wha? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compellin' reason not to mention what happened. Would yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Gasp. My goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man that night were? So what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? That is a very old cartoon style of gesture there. That's like your Popeye them's fighting words. He has a very angular mustache, doesn't he? Is it meant to be a W or just like really sharp lines? Oh. Well, they had said, like, when we're looking at the knife, that it must be an M. Like, it's got to be an M. But the main character called out, well, it could be a W if you flip it over. And... oh, let's see. Oh, yeah. The guild master of the coachman. If you look, he's got the handlebar mustache is like a horseshoe. Give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms. just that little jumpy dance. It's Bruce. I've not seen that used in anything modern, you know? Like Looney Tunes, old newspaper comics, Popeye. But maybe that's what they're emphasizing here, is that this is old-timey. I wish they had actually kept that animation going during that pan out. That would have been great. Gavel, this is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. What was it? I watched something that was talking about the odd way that you'd see people like old-timey boxers, you know, where it was just like, it's always, you know, guys with handlebar mustaches in the sort of like twirling fist thing. That a big part of it was that they didn't wear boxing gloves. So the key defenses that you had to protect yourself differently. Both because well, in a large part because there isn't that extra padding when you take the impact. There isn't that extra cushion. So this is exaggerated, but I think it's invoking that, you know. This is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment... Go ahead, Lord Von Zieks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. Yeah. So you'd have that, like... kind of a high and distant thing, so that you could keep it away. Was it? I can't recall, but that it was there was that difference of what kind of damage could be done to your hands, and as well as to the person lacking that extra layer. But I don't remember what the difference in damage was. Was it maybe that body blows were more dangerous in that case? I don't recall. Oh, no, maybe it's the other way around. Yeah, I'm thinking the other way around. It's that when you have padding on your hands, you are more likely to swing harder. Or you can afford to swing harder without wrecking your hands, too. So they were less about, like, the upper guard. And you had it lower. Because they weren't likely to go for the head punch. Because, you know, all them bones. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipnese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. Well, we know one of them was lying. Like, one of them said very clearly, I saw it. I saw him do it. When he was looking the other way the whole time until the guy in the back screamed. I mean, I guess it's kind of a definitive way to determine victory. It's like, is he unconscious? Did he give up? No? Okay, continue the pummeling. It's kind of like looking at the padding in, like, old American football, you know? Where they're wearing like a skin-tight, almost a skin-tight like leather skull cap. It's that even greater disregard for the safety of the athlete kind of vibe. It's that, what's another thing? It's the impression that some folks get that being knocked unconscious by, like, impact. So, like, a blow to the head or neck or anything like that, and the person falls unconscious. That's not good. Like, you don't want to be knocked unconscious, as in, like, take a blow and fall unconscious. Technically, even chemically induced unconsciousness can be dangerous, but blunt force trauma that is enough to cause you to black out usually implies that your brain's been rattled around or something. But the movies make it look like you've just been set down for a nap. You know, it's better than being punched it's better than being shot or something like that. But there's still a risk surface involved. They might not wake up. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I mean, it's not. It's, if the skylight can be opened, then it ceases to be a closed room murder. There was a way to get in, let alone another way for a body to be dropped in. It's not that it is necessarily probable, but it's not impossible. So that changes it from being the only one that could have stabbed him is somebody in the cabin to being somebody outside of the cabin could have done it too. No, it was rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. Stab. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. You have to see this matter through now, one way or another. Now you can see it is a very, like, stereotypical horseshoe. Very hard lines, and it's actually cut to be angular. Wish I knew why this app shut down again. There we go. There's filth and rubbish in our midst. We must dispose of it at once. I like the chant. Rabble, rabble, rabble. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. Gavel. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. My lord? We'll take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. I mean, I guess we should indeed be suspect of somebody that says that he's a hat maker with that hat. I mean, maybe they're implying that he's just grossly incompetent at it, but it's almost like that hat was sliced at an angle, and then he reversed the top of the hat and sewed it back on. So that, instead of getting a vertical top hat, you get one that's tilted. No time to think this through. No thinking. Wild accusations. Point fingers. Shout. I mean, a way to look at it is that his... One way to look at it is that his angled hat is a result of him being very active in his profession. The whole idea of the mercury used in hat manufacture. I don't know if that lines up with this time period, but I thought it did. Where maybe he just makes a whole lot of hats, and after a while, his hat making ability has begun to shift into the esoteric and bizarre. Like, he was seized in a fit of inspiration and looked at a regular top hat and said, no, we need more angles. Come to think of it, maybe that's why the accused has such an angular hat. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened there where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? I mean, if you look at it right there, he has intentionally put a bend in his hat. Even if we account for this little gap, the stitches are pretty tight in there. So if you twisted it the other way, it would be like compacted towards the stitches at most. But even if we account for that angle, I think to us, the right side is still taller at the base of the hat, and and also at the top. So it does look like the top has been rotated 180 degrees from where it should be. So either he's a terrible hat maker, just completely incompetent, or he's really artistic about it. You know, the choice of the thread that matches the ribbon on the band and the addition of the angle was artistic expression. The hat-making equivalent of duct taping a banana to a wall. That's right, Casemate. So far, I fear that they might play that card with his dead friend. Where, you know, suddenly the spirit of his dead friend encourages him or something like that. But so far they have not been as quick to deploy his mentor appearing sometimes in physical space to assist him. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. You did. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Oh, no. They didn't know anything about Mason is the assumption. Okay, yeah. That's correct. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. Well, either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you. Oh, logically, of course, the argument falls down to the two... if the two of you were in collusion with one another. Thank you. At least somebody in the game said it. What? Eh? According to investigations by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes. So this is definitely going to be down to spotting one of them reacting. So at no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not. Dickon, I don't. Another anachronistic phrase. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I do remember seeing them both. So the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Very pouty pointing there. Is this true, Mr. McGilded? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. It's an outright lie. Without doubt you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? At all, yeah. Ah. It's all about evidence in courts these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. It's going so well.
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It certainly had been quite dark, perhaps so dark, too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of a lark? This is some kind of a joke, he said. Is that what this is? I like how they've got the other guy translating. What will be the next old-timey saying that Fairplay trots out? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. Okay, well, there's no fair dinkum. Are you serious? Give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. If you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you would never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have locked it and let us in when I knocked. Unlocked it. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things when that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things? Seeing things? Believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. Oh, you. Take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are, too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. We can all be accused of murder equally. It's a matter of supply and demand. Murder is in supply, and people demand that somebody be punished for it. And we just have to supply somebody to be guilty. Could be anyone. Just a matter of who can provide it. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. So, you'd never met Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason before? Loom, no, not once, never. Never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be honest. Perfectly honest, sir. So, So, look at his hat. Then let's, examine his hat. I could believe that, First made that hat. I really could. You know, the one on First's head is the prototype for this magnificent piece of work. It matches very well. The stitching is so bold. No, I imagine not. See, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us have the remotest connection.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, Council, what can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection? Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Huh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? And you, young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about in your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. Okay, well, I mean, it could be a caused by complete incompetence, then. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. A perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice-Fired Mason. There's a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence afore, my lord. I think I'm right. That ridiculous hat. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't ye say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. Elaborate bow. Well, you can clearly see that this hat was not made by Mr. First, because that gigantic tall hat is staying firmly upon his head, even when he's bowing almost 90 degrees. So either it is a very good fit, or glue has been deployed. Do a quick cat check here. You little weasel. He's better than this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? So one of the things that McGilded said is, all you have to do is stand there and be counsel for me. He had a lot of this stuff lined up. That's why he was thrown off so badly when we pointed out some of the problems with the extra testimony that came up when Lestrade showed up. Is that he had a lot of this stuff, like a lot of these concepts ready to defend himself with. It's that he needed formal counsel. Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Hold it!
Possibly have opened it. Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. Doesn't really make it any more. You've replaced something that requires translation with another thing that requires translation. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. So it is, of course, a fellow the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it, still and all. What? Just looking at the size of the ting, you understand? You hold there a minute, sir. The size of the ting means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind, loudly. I shocked myself with it, as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Perhaps one might say an overshare, Mr. First. I hope you are going somewhere with this, and that it's not something that you decided that you just had to share with everybody. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went red as rouge, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? He desperately wants to be taken into account for this crime. He's clearly been a bad boy. No, sir, the point is, the skylight can't be opened. I tried and tried, and when I was inside the cabin, inside that cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight is what we're talking about, right? She's loading that like a single-shot grenade launcher, you know? I mean, they did refer to them as smoke grenades, but still. That's... The way that thing looks like it's being loaded makes you think that it'd be kind of dangerous to have those fired anywhere near you. And she's already demonstrated she's already shot the defense and the judge with those smoke bombs. Maybe the implication is that they airburst and are like wrapped in paper or something like that instead of metal. So there's no dangerous shrapnel. All them skylights open dead easy. More easily than you can load that weapon. That's right, it's going to be years and years before they invent safety. As long as it doesn't kill you, it's good enough. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags. I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out me ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. What I did was, I used the skylight, opened the catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff, climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh, my hat. See? Gavel. So it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Gavel. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Skylight was fashioned shut before, but now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Yep, bloodstain. You can certainly see inside the carriage through the opening, that's for sure. Listen, there's a lamp on the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. Not good for us. I really wish you had, this. This is as if I clicked on the seat. All right, let's go into the car and look up at it. If it will let us. It does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone through like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah. Look, just there. Look at this. It's without a question ketchup. With that shade, it certainly isn't blood at this point. Hey there, Levi. Welcome. Oh yeah, we still have plenty of stream to go. Why would there be a blood stain there? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Welcome back, Megan. Okay, we're gonna try to present the bloody carriage thing now.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. Huh? It's utter humbug. So perhaps Balderdash. No, you can't. I mean, you didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom? We don't cotton to that here. Only very refutable proof. Very shoddy proof. Council, my lord. I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Okay, yeah, I know. So this is an opportunity, if you hadn't looked at it, after opening it, that you would be able to see the blood and have them call it out.
Got it!
By Jupiter, is that blood? Arg. This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. Huh? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No. Gavel, gavel. But. The blood could have sprayed up there. The fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. Oh, fair play deploying the people are pressurized sacks of blood theory. Like the, anybody ever see the Addams Family movie? I think it's the first one. Where the two children are gonna have a school stage show. And I can't remember what it's supposed to be of, but it's got a sword fight in it. And he helps them rig something up for the show, which ends up being fake limbs for them to chop off, and like hoses for spraying fake blood. So that when the fake limbs are chopped off, they can, like, whirl around and spray the blood over the whole crowd. It's like horror movie deaths in some of these cases. Where it's like, you know, they were stabbed in the stomach, but somehow it manages to spray blood all around the room, like everywhere. And it ends up not just being that the blood manages to spray in impressive directions, it's usually the amount of it that comes out. Like, you'd have to juice at least 2 or 3 people to get the amount of blood that often shows up in these. I'm just speculating. I wouldn't know, of course. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight? Sure, and that would be very convenient. Ah. Let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But. There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the 2 seats, Mr. First? Is all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. But it can't be. Lies! My fellow jury members. I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. Dabby. They thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Frantic typing. So, they make it look like she's typing. But at best, she is making a very, very, very dark gray / black line on a single sheet of paper. Because she's definitely not hitting a carriage return there. I mean, we can see she's doing a line feed. Violently. But no carriage return. So she's just typing over the same line over and over and over. And since we don't see a stack of papers forming up, all of her claims about taking notes are BS. She's just doing the equivalent of doodling in her notebook in class. I won't tolerate any of my guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing. On 3, then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Okay, what's he gonna do now? What will be his, gesture of displeasure? A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what do you be referring to there now, Lord Von Zieks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. Is this going to be like the compartment where he claims that they did a thorough search?
Objection.
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection.
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over that carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety, point, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least not until this trial began. But what are you suggesting, Lord Von Zieks? That this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session. Huh? What a... I've seen that word, and I've seen it said, but I don't know how to pronounce it off the top of my head right now. Looks like palaver. Could be palaver. I must say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from the prosecutor of your stand-in, Lord Von Zieks. How dare. Morning, maybe. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. Dubious. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Okay. So, we know that he's drank at least one of those, and that's not an inconsequential amount of wine. Now, it could be a very light wine as far as alcohol content. It's not like, it's not exactly the hardest of beverages. But that's not a trivial amount. And he's drank at least one of them. So, yeah, Discord has begun tossing out usernames, or letting people claim usernames. I have seen some folks upset that they weren't able to get their name, that it was claimed early. I've seen some people unhappy that some big celebrities were able to engage with Discord to get their name. But that they deny that opportunity to other folks. I am happy that I got mine. For some reason, nobody claimed my name. You'd think it'd be so common. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut tut, Lord Von Zieks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Councel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the word of his wife seeing? The world and his wife seeing. So there was an opportunity during the smoke bombing for somebody to have gone in and messed with the evidence. I don't recall seeing the giant blood spatter on the floor, but I may have just overlooked that. I do recall seeing the tools and what have you in the little compartment. But then it was gone. So perhaps the smoke bomb was less about her trying to flee the scene and more as a matter of tampering with the evidence and then intentionally being caught so that she would be brought onto the stand to corroborate the changes to the scene. Isn't that right now, Council? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time the court has been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think I need to save the game. But I do think that they had an opportunity during the smoke bomb. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious. Explain yourself, Council. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Let them escape, secure the courtroom, emergency recess, the defendant in custody, and clear the courtroom. Flashback. The courtroom was filled with smoke, and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos. Oh man, that was a really emphatic spin there. You had to get a real run up to that point. It could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Right? Let's wait for McGilded to freak out again. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten feckless gouger? Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. You've discovered news, maybe? It's a wicked plot. 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. Well, that is they have created an incentive to use nitro, haven't they? After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. Same here. They've already been... the process for claiming the names has already begun, and the assertion that was made initially was that it was going to be in waves, kind of in order of age of account. But it sounds like it was in order of age, but also Nitro members get a head start. I don't know exactly how that went down, but... Secondly, yep. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Von Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. It's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Well, you can always join the community Discord, casemate. Have you already or not? I don't recall. My memory always eludes me at moments like this. This evidence is a result of tampering or not? Yes. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Huh? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about it? I suspect there has to be. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but... My lord. Yes, Council? There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. Huh? The devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare to betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? Gavel. I'll have to ask you to elaborate, Council. The fact that it's such a bright red mark, I feel like I would have seen this. Wrong? Oh, it's just... Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. Yet Von Zieks made no mention of it. Yep. I have such a bad feeling about this.
Got it!
We consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord. I do believe you're correct, Counsel. Well said. Although, as advocate for the defense, one might say that it was a very careless... one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was lawfully fabricated by someone, unlawfully, I feel compelled to admit that there is at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? Done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw, is all the nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is, that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, a good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Von Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Von Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, They've continued to have quality music in this, and they've stepped up their game since the Ace Attorney trilogy. Or at least the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I'm of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. Formality. As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. I really think that's going to end up being that she stole Shulm's bag, and that one of the smoke bombs from it will be able to highlight, like, blood and whatnot. I don't know that that's true, but I feel like it's going to happen. The defense believes this is gonna Put this guy's knickers in a twist, isn't it? I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. That shouldn't matter. Good gracious me. Gavel. This is unprecedented behavior, Council. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question? Are you of sound mind? Laugh. It was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was. A grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your trouble. Ah. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? It's just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality? Laugh. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stinking rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord von Zieks. My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord von Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. Afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this manner. It's so unfair. Gavel. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to prefer judgment. Huh? Well, Lord von Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Huh? You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? This is the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to, then. He has a fun laugh. Hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded, not guilty. Questionable hooray? Okay, if the big fiery scales and the flame-launching jury wasn't bad enough, they've got fireworks in there. Like, they desperately want to burn down this place. It's like their entire legal proceedings were designed by an arsonist. Courtroom in pandemonium. For the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. I just noticed the scales in the lobby here are a miniature version, aside from the actual little buckets of the one behind the judge, where you have the little arrow on the top. I mean, that's not necessarily uncommon for scales, but still. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory, was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who is actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. That you did. Mr. McGilded. And that girl is with him, too. Seems the stories are true. What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Ah, yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I viewed a tank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I don't know how long he'll stay there, but... Come on, Camera One. You can do it. Sherbet taking a nap in the, one of the contested spots. Must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But here's young and headstrong. 'Tis water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. I don't feel good about this. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Hi. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it was what they'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. Absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Be whist, you're a humble people, are you? You from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still in all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. The courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Ah. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. It is. Brake-loading grenade launcher. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. That gesture is the same one Sholmes makes. That little pointy gesture. Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? Taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. She has... It's kind of chibi steampunk vibe going, doesn't she? What, with a lot of heart decorations and what have you. Like right down to her little corkscrew hair that ends in hearts. Oh! Well, I'll see your small grenade launcher and raise you this bazooka. It's sort of the logical extension of the knife to a gunfight thing is the, pistol to a rocket launcher fight, I guess. You want to play? You won't beat me. That is true, casemate. They look to be about the same diameter. The outer barrel, the outer part of the barrel might be a little, like, fluted, though. Like, this outer ring looks like it is, it tapers in. So this might be a little narrower. And as maybe said, a little snubbier. Excuse me, but who are you? Added mystery, she did not seem to have that big thing when she came into the room. Is it collapsible? Good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. So if you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. There's going to be explosions on the battlefield, if there's going to be smoke everywhere, then why can't it be pretty? Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? Do we? Do we really? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. Hello, what's it? Huh. No idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. Yeah, the telegraphic implies to me that she's saying telegraph. Like, is she claiming that it's that it's beeping outside of the human range of hearing? Or is it like... I mean, it's telegraphic, so it's got to be, like, telegraph-related, right? What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. To my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along, then. Follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh, good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Given that it has the little lens aperture on the inner side of it, I wonder if, is the heart thing just ornamentation? Just like her smoke grenades being to make the smoke bombs prettier, is it that she felt that the bazooka wasn't cute enough? They don't seem to care about bringing, like, really big obvious weapons into the building or the courtroom, maybe? I mean, the juror had his little switchblade. She has her smoke grenade launcher. This girl walked right in with a rocket launcher. So I kind of expect that we're going to see another character along the lines of Francisca, who like wields a weapon as part of the trial. That's right. It's when you come in, they're like, do you have any weapons or firearms on you? And if you say yes, they're like, okay, can you just itemize them for us so we know you have them? I guess what they want is so that when those fireworks go off, that they can have people fire their weapons wildly into the air as well, and add to the celebration. We'll be leaving now. Bye-bye. So sorry for all the fuss. Well, she was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? You're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. Our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late an hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry, though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. We have plenty of lifespan to sacrifice. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easy as a elderly one. Watery eyes. Dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water, quick! What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating. No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there. This can't be.
Well, they've burned the evidence, and apparently whoever was in it. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
They've also just completely leapt forward as far as the quality of the introductions, haven't they? Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. With all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Burya, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. It really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Really am sorry about that. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into the British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening and incendiary. Thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. Summon pigeons. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you? So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem? Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not, at this time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Lord Von Zieks, it's been a pleasure. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. Oh. He was locked in locked in the carriage. No. What? Mr. McGilded is dead? Pigeons. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already the police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. Will we have this bailiff take the stand? Will he be our new gumshoe? And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated. Oh, somebody's getting fired. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Yep. We know that just happened. Now, this flashback is reasonable. I don't like the flashbacks that happen within the case, because they're not really reminding you. Even these flashbacks can be that way, but when you're proceeding to the next chapter, it's at least reasonable to flash back to the prior chapter. You know, to a previous case. It's even worse when sometimes within the case they're like, hey, remember that thing that happened in the last scene? That thing that we just did chronologically? I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. Then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. The matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Move along, nothing to see here. Poor Mr. McGilded. How did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Ah, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... wow. There was a lot more fire than I was expecting. Naruto means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. Well, there's our diplomat for us. Really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Well, Susato has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. It's gotta be that he's muttering a lot of those things. Same with Phoenix Wright. They don't do a great job of indicating that what a person is saying or what is appearing in the text box is always audible or not. Like, the blue text can mean in their head, and apparently it can be muttered. So it's not clear whether other people can hear them or not. And they only use that blue text for the main character. So there's a heavy implication that it's in his head, but other people can hear it. So everybody around him is either an active telepath, or he's at least a projective telepath, you know? Even if it's unintentional and untargeted. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. Most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Don't mean to be contrary, Lawrence Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? I don't know about that. Well, never mind. Definitely some modesty or imposter syndrome going on there, given that he's had what amounts to like a month and a half of actual legal training leading up to this. And not only that, but they threw him into a courtroom setting he was not trained to be in. They were only able to find some of the procedural things because they were mentioned in an old law book that Susato has. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Camera 1 will behave. which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? See? That is to say, no one has died, as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow, then. Is everything all right? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. It is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I would like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it. You're out of time. I'll thank you for the enlightening discussion. What's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. Does he have a little thing of chips? The classic cone of newspaper that would contain the fish in the chips. I'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Something very important that I have to do. Kazuma, what do you mean? Did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? You're right. I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. It is. It's the newspaper cone of fish and chips. Yep. Right. The newspaper cone of infinite fish and chips. Like, when he shakes it, they regenerate. In this timeline, there is no hunger, no starvation. There is only fish and chips. Though it makes you wonder, they're able to regenerate when they're in the cone, when he gives it a shake. But one would assume that each of the bites that he takes do not regenerate within his stomach, because he has not ruptured like some sort of juicy pinata. So, is it really the food that is causing the regeneration, or is there some device concealed within the newspaper cone that is producing the fish and chips? That perhaps it is instantaneously, like, disintegrating the prior batch and generating a new batch so fast that we don't see the real intervening portion, because it just kind of pops back. Will we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know. But Susato told me it was foolproof. Okay, now I have concerns about what is actually in that stuff. Because he is frantically consuming it. You know, is this like some sort of addictive food stuff? They have an infinite supply of it, but it is so, like, there's something in it that is either so delicious or that is that creates such a chemical dependency that they have to consume it from then on. Some sort of biological compulsion after that point. Because then, while it does regenerate, maybe there's a limit to how many times it can. And they can always threaten to cut off their supply of magical fish and potato. A busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. I'm ever so sorry. You imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. All because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. That ripping sound, that's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. What was it? Visitors to the UK being so used to the idea that the fish sandwich is the closer to a diet option on a menu, that they will go to a vendor and think, well, you know, I don't want to overeat, so I'll just have the fish and chips. No need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. Eh? Lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Is he in the little Sherlock Holmes books? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Pick of a bad lot. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. Fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. You really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. They whisper about me behind my back, but I know what they think of me. But they'll see. They'll all see. Sure as eggs is eggs. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. About the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital, unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? It's neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Rinosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zeeks. Him again? Sounds like you've heard of him, then. Yes, we are very familiar with Lord von Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death himself. Itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Stands for the prosecution. They call us the accused sacrificial lambs. It's a relatively classic element in Phoenix Wright that the prosecutor that he freshly faces off with is undefeated. And that Phoenix Wright ends up being the first one to bring them down. The Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates for against is found guilty. Is that it? If that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord von Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? He stuffed that in his pocket. He jammed those fish and chips in his pocket. That man's coat has to be waterproof, not because of like a waxed coating, but because of accumulated grease. At the very least, the bottom of the coat. What happened to that bloke in the end, huh? He's dead. Huh? Magnus McGilted became a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? Yes, I can. The fact that he died immediately after the trial has nothing to do with it. I found him guilty pre-corpsing. If he had been immolated during the trial, then you might have a point. But I would contend that even if he was rendered into crispy jerky, that he would not have been found guilty. He would have been, at best, at worst, he would have been, it would have been found to be moot. Like, they'd probably stop the trial if the defendant, if the accused, just suddenly combusted. I feel like they wouldn't go through with it. What are you saying? Look, if Von Zieks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Are you saying he, like, cast fireball on the coach? I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. That is impossible, sir. You have consumed many, many cones worth of chips from the same cone. I feel like this is one of those, the Thor and Loki story. Loki the giant, not Loki the sworn brother of Odin, where the drinking horn challenge was meant to be impossible because the drinking horn was actually connected to the ocean. So Thor was never supposed to be able to empty his horn. But Thor managed to get halfway through it. So they were concerned. There were concerns being raised when he was continuing to persist. I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's as good as, shaken like a leaf in his cell he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, You could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. Enthusiasm! These are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. Feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. Wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop by in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat as yet with no name? Calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Those are some eyes he's got there, isn't it? They look strange at the pupil. Shush, quiet. Oh, well. He's got quite a few ticks, doesn't he? They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're out to get me. They tell me I'm mad. Mad, they called me. You can't see them, but they're everywhere. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you who exactly... There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost. Very wide-eyed look. We mean you no harm, prisoner son. Are you... Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams. Character models are just so expressive. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a... Oh, wow. He's gonna be fun during the trial. I can feel it. Most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned us to would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. He's going to be so fun. What is it? I don't remember what the first word is, but the Sentai thing, the hero group concept, like, you know, Power Rangers and the like, where there's always a lot of posing of this nature. I can't remember what the anime was, but the concept of it was you followed one of the lab technicians that created the monsters for your Sentai style, your Super Sentai style battles. So the things that the groups would battle, the weird monsters and the like. And one of the things they would do is within the anime they would reference hero groups. And then at the end of it, they would also show the real-life counterparts of those hero groups. And a lot of them are, like, very regional. They're kind of well-known in their area. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can. I will. Can't stay sullen and silent. What's another, one of the villains in Fairly Odd Parents, the teacher. Can't remember his name. But whenever he would say fairy godparents, each syllable was frequently accompanied by a wild pose. Not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I am Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. That little lip thing he's doing. What's up with that? A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent here by the government? That's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh? But, just because the government tells you to do something, does that mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. Oh. I hope he continues to do this in court. Because that's going to be neat. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy. Oh dear. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no. It's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. Huh? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why, me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritably inconvenient. I kind of want to see him recite long-form poetry, even his haikus, in that style of speech, where at a bare minimum, every word of it gets a pose. It's vital that we find out more about this case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible! I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of these fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. Ah, that's right. That's right, casemate. Mr. Crocker. A young woman unknown to him. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Ah, great. So the victim was unknown to you. And there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I have somewhat been tempted to turn off the DVR feature for that reason, casemate. I am undecided on that front. But it is not uncommon for people to trip over that, where for whatever reason, the webpage decides to pause the stream for some period of time. Either the stream gets paused one way or another, and if you don't notice it, then you might not realize that you are behind that far from the events. Yep. It can be handy for folks to be able to rewind or, catch up, that kind of thing. I did. If that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking is, how did Soseki actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yeah, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Oh, are we going to have another Sholmes investigative thing? That could be cool. Of all the bad luck. A cursed great detective? Camera 1 managed to jam again. Could it be? Oh, I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. This haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone! And you be cursed until the end of your days, Hairlock Sholmes. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes. I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me. "This is the police, put the weapon down." Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. Ah. The lovely consonants. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. There he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery. Oh, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, "Yes, I do, and I'm fine." The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo, and when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Yeah, yes, all right, yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. I feel like the "in this country" qualifier wasn't actually honest to the events that have transpired, because he was dragged before a military tribunal to be thrown under the bus as a culprit to avoid a political problem. Like, there were the supposed witnesses, but that the witnesses never saw him shoot. They only, heard the sound, and he was holding a gun, which, based on the way the trial unfolded, a gun that had not fired. Now, granted, they did make it very clear that there were a lot of investigative methods that that were not available to them. So maybe some of that is to be attributed there, but it did seem like it was more about expedience than justice, that trial. Especially how it ended. Naruhodo, I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. I know exactly what you're saying about me. What they're saying. Who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Oh goodness. For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened, there was only the victim and myself around. And I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. Must be very hard for you. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, somebody not to be trusted. I've heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. It's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Should be going then, Naruhodo. We have a case to prepare for. We will be stopping soon, but we'll get through some of the opening of this part. William Robbins. Practical something. Can't tell. See, we have the Kennerson Brewery. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. It's a real Bobby's helmet. Huh? What? The helmet? Of course the helmet. I have to try one on one day. I hope your hatty dreams come true. What's a Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Of course, we're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells, then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Do what you will, it doesn't bother me. Looks in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart, London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Okay, we're going to take the opportunity right now, I think. We shall save the game. Oh, let's switch. There we go. Good times, though. Good times. We wrapped up the last case, and now we're on to Chapter 4. So we'll be picking this up again sometime the coming week. I don't know what I'm going to do with the schedule just yet. But I am hoping to change things up a little bit. So I might change the, the sequence of games, like when I'm playing them. We shall see. But yeah, I hope everybody had a good time today. And I hope to see you all tomorrow for some Danganronpa. So have a good night, everybody.